Hey there, Drawyah here, and welcome back to XP11. Yes, so we finally have our hands on the ToLiss A340, already decided in a week, and today taking on the flights from here in London Heathrow to Washington Dulles, flying the Virgin Atlantic colours. So yes, very excited to get our hands on this aircraft. I was hoping to stream earlier in the week, but if you guys follow me on Instagram or on my Discord, you'll know that my entire microphone and sound setup basically imploded, so hopefully hopefully that's here to last now. But yes, very excited today, and taking flight today, of course, in the A340 on a trip from the UK to the US. So jump cockpit, set the aircraft up, and prepare for our trip today. It's about 8.5 hours of flight time today, 8.5 hours. So here we are, welcome to the cockpit of the A340. Very good looking aircraft, got a full cabin and everything, so definitely have a couple of moments to explore the full depth of the aircraft. But first things first, we need to power it on. So start off with the batteries, then come the external powers, now turn all the systems on, set the 3 ADAs to nav. We're going to arm the emergency lights. We're going to activate nav logo lights, set strobes to automatic, and that should do us for now. We have got a tablet using our flight pad today. Not flight pad, sorry, AviTab. But I don't think we'll make use of it. We'll try to make use of it. But I don't know. I think I'm so used to FlyPad now. There's a lot more that FlyPad gives you in terms of the basics of the simming. Right, so A340-642, strength 56B61 engines, up to air cycles, all looking good. We'll jump to initialization. And we'll start off with our flight setup. So flying from Echo Golf Lima Lima to Kilo India Alpha Delta. Flight number today is VI version, sorry, VS. Virgin Atlantic is Victor Sierra 21 is our flight number today. Version 21. Passenger count, according to PACX, we have a total of 305 people on board today. Our cost index is going to be 15. The cruising altitude at flight level initially 360. Later stepping to 38 from Dogal. Sorry, 37 from Dogal, LCA 38. We'll probably skip Dogal, go to 38, but we'll see how it goes from there. Right, next page, 0 fuel weight and block fuel on board. Now to do this, I'm going to use the ever fantastic ToLiss ISCS menu, the interactive simulation control system. I've always loved this panel in ToLiss aircraft. It's very handy for aircraft configuration. So we're going to go for lane performance. Just to make sure the stream's all looking good. Everything's healthy. Yeah, so I've already eaten. I've already had channel that. I'm probably going to do. I'll take off. I'll fly for however long. I'll take a short break. Have a quick nap or something. Then come back, fly the rest of the flight, and then come to land. So I made like stream 2 hours, nap 2 hours, come back 2 hours. We'll see how it goes. We've still got, well, it's on the ground at Heathrow, so we've got plenty of flight to go left for this one. Passenger count is going to be 305. Forward cargo, I've got payload on here, it's 31.8. So I'll probably end up doing kind of like, yeah, got to be careful, don't make the aircraft too heavy. So that'll probably be it. So apply that. Fuel on board is going to be 69524. 69524. So we'll say, let's put a bit of extra, we'll go up to 74,000. Is that close we can go? Okay, 741, that'll do. Quick refuel, good to go. So our 0 fuel weight, we now know, is going to be 244.8 224.8 stroke 18.9 centre of gravity. Looking good, and the block fuel on board is 74.1. Very good. We'll go over to, so next time we use this we have performance, which we won't do just yet because we now need to start, well, we'll load up passengers. And then we'll start off with the the flight plan. So Heathrow to Washington Dulles, Virgin 21, 36,000 initial cruise, 7 hours and 30 minutes on the clock for the flight time. Departure is at past, so say 28 minutes. A340-600, 280 is an maximum passenger count on the pack side of things. It's going to be different cabin things. So I'll say 280, then maximise it out of 305 and go from there. There is Wi-Fi, there is entertainment, so we don't have boarding music, but I've got a safe briefing version. That's when we use that. Was when we went to Barbados, I think it was. Thank you very much to Steve for the 49. Hello, Drawyah, love streams. Just landed yourself with a flight from Miami. Ah, very nice. What aircraft, what airline? And how did your trip go? Yes, this is a fun little airport flying to Jules. It's not quite as exciting as the runway, the river approach at Washington. What's the other airport's name? Washington. I've forgotten the name of the other airport, but not quite as fun as the river approach. We need to definitely do that at some point. But certainly one day, Right, so, flight plan. Let's get this all going. First waypoint today. Reagan, that's it. Washington Reagan. I knew it was one of the other presidents, because Washington, named after Washington himself, was Washington. Reagan, named after Ronald Reagan? Yes, Ronald Reagan. George Washington, Ronald Reagan International Airport. Charlie Papa Tango. First waypoint. Charlie Papa Tango. From there, we fly the Uniform Lima 9. Now, one thing you'll note with the A340 is that setup is virtually the same as, well, the A320, as is any other Airbus aircraft, because they're all common cockpit type, and allows pilots to very easily transition from one aircraft to another. That's one thing you'll get with Airbus aircraft, back up, is that the cockpits all share common, all share commonality to allow for easy operation. As a result, if a pilot can qualify for one aircraft, they generally can apply for any other Airbus with relatively quick transition. There we go, we fly the Nat C. Ah, here you go, this will be interesting. Nat C, does that work? No, it doesn't. That's the new, new crossing method over the Atlantic. So we'll go straight then to Alcet. That should just connect quite nicely. There we go. From Alcet, we can fly then direct to Echo November Echo. Clear discontinuities. Then we fly direct to Bath, where then we make the Hyper 8 approach into Washington. So departing runway 27 right on the flight plan on the Compton 3 Fox departure, Hyper 8 into Washington, yours 19 left. But as it stands, that is our flight plan complete. We'll double check the 8 as well. We'll listen to the weather through that.
Winds 210 at 14 knots. Meters. Temperature 11 degrees Celsius. Altimeter 0991. Dew point 7 degrees Celsius. Winds 210 at 14 knots. Meters. Temperature.
And that is information golf. Information golf. Right, 901 set, 901 set. Back to the flight plan. Departure runway is 27 right, so presumably it will be 27 right on the Crompton departure. That's looking good for us, means it will be a slightly quicker departure route. Insert that. Should all connect, no more discontinuities. Same for the approach when we start getting to that phase. We will plug in, well, set our altitude to probably to be an initial. So we'll request 8 first, then we'll mess around with the autopilots. We've fueled up, I presume, mate. Fueled up in fueled up. RS lines in 2 minutes. So we might as well then start the APU. Want to make sure that seatbelt sign's active. Along with the rest of the aircraft. Right, let's tune to ground frequency. So you've got ground, tower and approach online, very good. Can be very full Heathrow today. 121.905. 121.905. And after that, it'll be 118.505.
Heathrow ground, between 3003 is ready for pushback and start.
Just gonna grab my shots.
Taking note, between 3003.
Grab the flight plan off of SimBrief. grab the Heathrow ground charts. So confirm that my stand number is 327. Oh, it's right there, 327. Right, also confirm that the version antic call sign, I think it's just version, is it? Call sign is version, yes. Hello there, Heathrow grounds. This is version 2.1 at stand 327 with information Golf, requesting IFR copy to Washington Dulles.
Version 2.1, good evening, Heathrow ground, you are clear to Washington, Compton 3 Fox at departure runway 27 right, squawk 4467.
Version 2.1 is cleared to destination Washington via the Compton 2 Fox departure, runway 27 right, squawking 4467.
Version 2.1, read that correct, call when ready for push and start.
Cool, so set that to TRA, leave that for now, that'll say off. Right, so that is squawk done. Mention that when she is active. GPS primary, so the iris is aligned.
Stations,
Oh, she's out of the APU, whoops.
stations, fire operations taking place, so exercise caution when taxiing.
Sorry, what was that? Something taking place, caution when taxiing. No, it's looking relatively busy at Heathrow today. There's a couple of versions here at Terminal 3. There's also a KLM dotted at the other sides. There's a BMI down there. Haven't seen BMI in years. Another version antique here at Terminal 5. A couple of A340s, of course, because, you know, everyone's flying us through today. There'll be a few aircraft around Heathrow today. As always, the high resolution one, the high quality one, that's its stand. That's the one we're flying today. Right, set the altitude, initial, if I go to my stars, sorry, SIDS, for the Compton to Foxtrot, up to 6,000 initial climb, and transition altitude is 6,000 feet, so be sure to put that in as well to our flight plan. Cool.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to
We'll now go over to our performance page, and here we're plugging our performance and departure now. So if you go back to the ToLiss screen, head over to here, so runway flaps 0, we'll be using flaps 1 for takeoff, active flight plan, all looking good. So, right, V1 will be, so 167, 174, 180, flex temp is 45, and runway up 45, that's fine. So, V1, 167, 174, 180, transition to 6,000, flaps 1 for takeoff, stroke up 4.5, and channel range. 1 stroke minus 4.5, that'd be a down, won't it? Oh no, it is up, so run up on 4.5, up 4, that's fair, it's okay, fair enough. To be fair, with the Flywire, I've not had to fill in the THS for a little while now, so that's probably just me forgetting how it works. So up 4.5, that's fine, flex temp is F45, with a 26,000 set all set, perfect. So that is our performance ready for our flight today. Put the second FMS on the flight plan page. It's been a long time since that has properly worked. So again, full credit for ToLiss for what they've put together in this aircraft. It is a remarkable plane. This done a few test kind of flights with it. It's nothing full length so far, but what I've seen so far, it's a very good looking aircraft. Audio, some of it could be improved, I won't lie, but in terms of functionality, it is up there with one of the better ToLiss aircrafts. They've put a lot of work into this, and it's a very fun aircraft to fly. So hopefully, it should be an overall good trip. We're done with the aircraft setup now. We're just waiting for the final few passengers to board. We'll go through the main cabin in detail later on, but I might as well greet the passengers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard this Virgin Airlines Flight 21 from London Heathrow to Washington Jules. Flight time today is around 7.5 hours. And just 5 stages to prevent any aircraft boarding our 2 passengers before we leave the gates and make our way over to the runway. We thank you for using Virgin Airlines as your carrier today. We hope you enjoyed it, and if you have any questions, feel free to come on board. We have a relatively quiet and clear weather departure today, as well as clear weather at Washington, so expecting minimal turbulence on the way out and on the way in. Once again, we thank you for flying Virgin, and we hope you enjoyed flight with us today.
Cleared to Amsterdam via Brookman Park, 7 Foxtrot departure.
Is it flaps 3? Normal. Okay, if you recommend flaps 3, I'll go for flaps 3 then. So if I go back to the photo screen, let's reconfigure that. So it'll be 3 stroke minus 4.5. And we are going to go for VSPs of 164, 167, 173. 164, 167, 173. Oops.
Heathrow, Tower, speaking 3003, we are ready for the
Roger, Virgin, 3003, taxi to Corner Point, Alpha 1, runway 27 right.
So at this point, we've set the aircraft up, got a performance done. We are going to turn on the APU bleed now and disconnect from the external power. Thank you very much for Dan for being a sponsor. Thank you very much, dude. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Spawn Club, dude. It's a long old flight today. Hopefully it should be a rather good one.
Virgin 3003, negative, it's for Delta, Bravo, and Link 21 to Holden Point Alpha 1.
I do like the seat back displays there. So one thing that ToLiss aircraft, or at least the A340 now has, are fully functional seat back cameras here. So passengers can now see everything I do, which is a very nice little extra this. And these fully functional, these fully work. When I move the aircraft, the camera will move alongside with it.
2-1 and then
Right, let's go back to the chat, shall we? So, welcome back. Sapor, it's been a while, man. It has been a while. How are you doing? Welcome to welcome to chat. Westcott, Trick or Treat. Yes, it's Halloween tonight. Good evening, Alex. How are you doing? What's your channel to chats? Yes, it'll be a morning landing for me, because I'm not working tomorrow, so I've got tomorrow just to relax a little. Some of the passengers are a little tired, as it is the evening, but they can have a nap once they're airborne. Flight time's about 7.5 hours today, Alex. Nope, ads 7.5 hours. Not use live time, because it'll be middle of the night. It's pitch black for the entire time, Adam, so no one wants to see that, especially with new aircraft. Yes, Dan, we have got enhanced skyscrapes installed, so I'll be using the fancy new clouds tonight. Turning to Mod 2 streams, I plan to do the all-new 1938 stock stream at some point in the week, Alex. So yes, we have got trains on the way. Not the best cabin, Alex. You do mostly flying from the cockpit. The cabin's only an extra, it's a bonus. The frame rate, I think it's because of the fact we're just at Heathrow, and there's lots of traffic at Heathrow. Once we're airborne, then you should start to move out quite nicely. In terms of frame rates, I'm getting about 20 FPS at the moment. I'm sure that will improve as we will make our way towards the runway and start our departure route. Gotta remember though, X-Plane, if you're running at low FPS, it does affect your flight time, so I'm hoping that things will increase as soon as we're airborne. 4 engines, all looking good. We'll pre-file our pushback, at the very least so we know that that's all prepared. That'll be better pushback. So I'll pre-plan that.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you're ready.
What's wrong with the cockpit, Astiel? I don't know what people... It's actually the only kind of negative comment I've seen about the cockpit so far. Everything else has been relatively positive. So far, ToLiss A340's had very positive reviews. So compared to the not the FlyJSim released Q400. It's the come on, develops ground handling, which I actually use. Right, ground's boarded. We drive all the vehicles away. Close all the exits. Yeah, let's do the A330. I've forgotten the developer. But jar design. Sounds better than what they've produced. Right, go to ground services, or close all the exits, secure all the aircraft. Right, all exits secured. AP is active. We are disconnected from the ground, and we have our clearance. So at this point, we are ready for push start. Honey G, gosh, you say honey, I say G. Honey G, that's a long reference I've not heard in years. Do I play Train Sim at all? Yes, I do, Alex. I play Train Sim all the time. If you haven't seen this channel, right? Let's request our push and start. Let's get going. Using IVAO, Alex. Using IVAO. We only stream on IVAO. Question I'm sure you've asked in the past plenty of times before. Version 2.1.327 is ready for push and start.
Version 2.1, push and start, please. Face northwest, QNH 991, hatch faster.
Push start approved, facing northwest, QNH 991 for version 2.1, thank you very much. Right, let's go to ground handling. Not ground handling, let's go to... The ground vehicles have moved away, have they? Yeah, so the ground vehicles now slowly moving away. Jet bridge is connected, and they'll be clear for us as we push back. Right, let's push back, let's start.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Goran, it's been a while, man. Has been a while. How you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. Just looking for... Where is it? Hydraulics, APINTheAir, oxygen... Landscape camera and PACX systems. I believe that turns off this... Yeah. Saves you frame rates by turning off the displays back there. I'm hoping it meant... Well, it's certainly passenger systems. What's... Okay, that's landscape camera. Passenger systems. I wonder what that one is. Oh, there's only one way to find out. Turn off the passenger entertainment systems though. Says you frame rates. If you want to save a bit, just kill those off. There's the version 340 now taxiing. There's the pushback tug moving to position. Very shortly we will make a move.
Okay.
Is it Julius? Sorry, Jules. Okay, I do apologise. Washington Julius. I'll Julius or Dulles? Sorry, Dulles. Washington Dulles. I'll be sure to correct myself with that one. Thank you. Pronunciation never been my strong point, as you guys probably know by now. Across the pond, I thought I got banned from bats in my Goran. I'm alright, Diego. I'm not too bad. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. How are you keeping? Should you get a P3D or X-Plane? You only run flight sim. I mean, I'd recommend X-Plane out 2 of those to the slice of line, but ultimately, it's down to what you want in a flight sim. Not for me to decide, I'm afraid. Depends what you're looking for.
Connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Right, parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
So switch engine over to the ignition modes. The pushback tug is already struggling there. Well, we haven't hit terminal, which always benefits, but not the straightest line path on the pushback I've ever had before. Come on, Tug, you can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen to an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying with us.
Hello there. We're delighted to welcome you on board Virgin Atlantic.
Right, engine 4 starts.
You'll no doubt keen to lose yourself in our dazzling world of entertainment. But first we're going to show you a safety
Look at the N2, that's all looking good. Engine 4 starting. I've not been on a before, Adam. I'd love to do for yeah, I'd love to fly this one at some point. Since it's getting rarer and rarer, I'll just kind of tick off the list. Not much more than that. I think there's a few operators left in Europe. Certainly not so much for the 600s, these are getting very rare. There are a couple of 300s knocking about somewhere, so you never know. A 300 could probably tick off some points.
The aisles and exits need to be kept clear. So, if there is anything you haven't put in the overhead lockers, put them under the seat in front of you now.
Right, engine 4 available. Engine 3 starts.
It's really important
Yes, I'd advise still use a A34s. I'd advise definitely probably one of the bigger operators of these left.
If there's an airbag attached, make sure it's not
Live weather, not live time.
your seatbelt, like this.
Unless you want to see the brand new A340 in pitch black, I'm sure that kind of defeats the whole point of looking at brand new aircrafts. Engine 4 starting.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake.
Oxygen mask
Remember, it should be back here. Set.
on and pull the tag or the mask.
Disconnecting toes. Stand by.
Mask might not inflate, but oxygen will be flowing. Put the mask over your mouth and nose and adjust the straps around your head to make sure it fits. Fit your mask first.
Engine 3 available. Engine 2 starts. We'll get the flight controls up to scoop those a check. Elevators up, down, left and right.
You can't smoke anywhere on this flight, and that means anywhere.
Is that auto rudder? Hang on, if I keep the rudder on its own, that's fine. There's a trim moving. That's fine, I should move into 4.5 for the takeoff trim. Get off the ground. If I turn the elevators left and right, oh no, everyone's moving on their own now. Possibly just hydraulics kick into life then. There's a lot I don't know about these aircraft from Airbus, but they are modern techie aircrafts. They are easy to fly, I can't deny that. Right, flight directors are active, that's looking good, that's looking good. Engine 2 is starting. Very shortly, we're
Toes
going to
disconnected.
get going.
The bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Take your life jacket from under or next to your seat. Pull the tab to release it. Then open the bag and take the jacket out.
Right, engine 1 starts.
Pass the straps around your waist and tie in a double bow at your side.
KLM 32 Alpha.
Right, an Airbus Beluga has appeared in the in the flight. Welcome Beluga. I'm not quite sure that's where they'd park up at Heathrow, if they've ever been here before. Which I do have my doubts whether or not these aircraft would make it into Heathrow. If they did, then I'd certainly actually go out to spot it. But, Engine 1 starting.
Bend forward, elbows outside your knees. Rest your head on the seat in front of you here. If you have a child on your lap, place one hand on your head. Lean over your child and place one hand on their head.
Right, engines 1 to 4 are active. Turn off the starter.
Ground.
Turn off the APU bleed, APU off.
Do I continue via Alpha or
There's the big lights on this as
then
as well.
to
Right,
Alpha 1?
at this point we are now ready for taxi.
3003, just continue to Alpha 1 and also contact my telephone when I just
Roger.
Version 2.1 is ready to taxi.
Modulation 21 taxi to hold on point Alpha 1 runway 27 right via Golf Foxtrot Bravo on link 21.
Version 2.1 taxi to holding point Alpha 1 from runway 27 right, taxiing via Golf, Foxtrot and Bravo. So we need to exit Golf, Foxtrot, make a up to Bravo, onto Alpha 1. Is that onto Lima? Yeah, Lima onto Alpha, I presume. Right, parking brake released. Right, is it going? Oh, the aircraft just right there. My guess nose will not centred. Right, taxi lights active. Taxi runway. About 4 minutes to expected departure, so as it stands, we are for the most part on time, within a few seconds really. That's the safety brief now coming to an end. Leaving in Golf, make a right on to Foxtrot.
And Virgin 51 Golf, down 329, request push and start.
Virgin 51 Golf, push and start, true to face northwest.
Push start, please face northwest, Virgin 51 Golf.
Back to the engine page for the lower recant. And once we're on Bravo, was it Bravo? Yes, onto Bravo, we'll then do the pre-takeoff checks. Yeah, the Virgin Atlantic safety briefing is a fun little one. Taxicam, how do you activate Taxicam? So I'm still very much learning the Press 340. See things that I'm still learning the basics of. Let me know where it is and we'll give it an activation. Probably really obvious, like right in front of my face. Button just says taxi or something like that. Terrain on ND. With reference. Taxi, there it is. Near the parking brake. There we go. Thank you very much. Which was a bit more centered on the sense line there. There you go. Taxi cam. Thank you very much. There's a lot of systems to learn this aircraft. A lot of presses. I think I'll probably never be able to cover entire aircrafts in one go. There's a lot to learn, a lot to do. Right. So we're on sense line. Let's do our pre-takeoff checks. So spoilers armed. Takeoff. Brake set to 2. Rejected takeoff. Flaps down 3. And takeoff config. Test. Takeoff normal. Looking good. Changing JFK to Bravo 340. Might pass you across the Atlantic if you're online. I am on IVAO, Proud, so if you're on IVAO, good chance we'll swat each other. Yeah.
Heathrow ground, good evening, Italia 87 Whiskey on stand 248. We're ready to copy the clearance to
There's
Milan.
340.
Italia 87 Whiskey, very good evening, Heathrow ground, you're clear to destination by the Max at 1 Foxtrot departure on the 27 right, squawk 7672.
I can make a left now. Correct cross kilo on to Alpha.
To Milano Linate, out of runway 27 right, maximum 1 Fox, and 7673 in the box, Italia 87 Whiskey.
Italia 87 Whiskey.
Alitalia? Not of course I use anymore, I don't think.
I said we're clear to Milano Linate, out of runway 27, maximum 1 Fox, and 7673 in the box.
Italia 87 Whiskey, negative, squawk
Taxi speed, we're running about 11 knots, 11-12 knots at the moment.
7672.
Italia 87 Whiskey, is that correct? Call me when ready for push and start.
Yeah, the controller's young.
Sorry back for push and start on Italia.
As long as he's qualified, then so be it. So be it.
And Virgin 51 Golf, request taxi.
Virgin 51 Golf, taxi to holding point Alpha 1, runway 27 right via Golf, Foxtrot Bravo and 121.
Taxi holding point Alpha 127 right via Golf, Foxtrot Bravo, and links 21 for Virgin 51 Golf.
I'll turn off taxi cam now since we're arriving at the runway. Holding Alpha 1.
KLM 32 Alpha, request taxi.
KLM 32 Alpha, taxi to holding point Alpha 2, runway 27 right via Bravo on link to correction via Romeo Bravo on link 21.
On takeoff, you have to say Manflex 45 SRS runway, also thrust blue. Well, I think I'll say that. Alex.
Repeat for KLM
Alpha 3.
KLM 32 Alpha, taxi to holding point Alpha 3, runway 27 right via Romeo Bravo on link 21, break 1321. Contact carrier 118.565.
Contact tower on 118.505 for version 21. Thank you very much. Alright, let's contact the tower.
KLM Alpha, you stomped on each other. KLM 32 Alpha, taxi back please.
Hello there, Heathrow Tower. This is version 21 at Alpha 1, ready for departure.
Virgin 21 Heathrow Tower, good evening. Wind 220 degrees at 14 knots. Please right, clear for takeoff.
Click for takeoff, runway 27 right to Virgin 21. Thank you very much. Cabin crew, seats for departure, please. Seats for departure.
All stations, runway inspection taking place 27 left.
Cabin crew, seats for departure, please. Seats for departure. Only about 2 minutes behind, 3 minutes behind, so for the most part we should be on time. I'll stay for most of the flight, Astia. I'll probably have a nap like halfway through, but for the most part I should be here from start to finish. Like all my long haul flights, I'll stay here for the most parts. I'll take breaks throughout, but I'm not going to go anywhere too far away. Yes, Chief, this is XP11.
Heathrow Tower, hello again, this is Fire 1. Is it alright if we taxi and hold to 27 right and then wait for the departing aircraft?
Alright. Manflex 45.
Yeah, firm, continue taxi to...
Full stable, SRS.
Alpha 3 on Alpha.
Runway thrust blue.
Alpha 3 on Alpha Fire 1.
80 knots. Hundreds. 120. 140. 1. Rotates. Positive right, gear up. It's a 40 knot crosswind there, so not a fight, but definitely have to keep the aircraft steady there.
Virgin 2 from Squawk Command Charlie, please.
Yep, just remembered that. Do apologise, Squawk Command Charlie, version 2.1, passing through 500. That's 2.
Fire 1, holding Alpha 3.
Yeah, Fire 1, stand by. Break, Virgin 2-1, contact Heathrow Director on 119.730, safe flight, bye.
Contact Heathrow Director on 119.730 for version 2.1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bye-bye. Break, Fire 1.
Alright, throttle climb. That's 1. We might as well activate the autopilot at this point. Let the aircraft take control. Hello there, Heathrow Director, version 2.1, passing through 2,500.
Version 2.1, you're on Heathrow ground frequency Contact,
Sorry, that's background. Yeah, my apologies, wrong frequency, 119730. Hello there, Heathrow Director, version 2.1 is passing through 3000.
Version 2.1, good evening, Heathrow Director. Climb now, flight level 80.
Climb level 80 for version 2.1. That's up. Altitude 8000. Got to remember that the A340, what it is a relatively underpowered aircraft. One of the reasons, I mean, you look at it in New York, for controllers, one of my tasted aircraft that flew in and out of there, because the aircraft was so slow and took so much time to get out of the airspace. What it is, it's an underpowered aircraft with a lot of range and a lot of them, especially 600s, being the biggest and heaviest of the aircrafts. Not sure about Virtual Display today, Tyres Art. This is a flight sim stream. Just readjust my GoPro view slightly. Get more of a view outside the window. There we go. Cool. So we'll reselect that for 8000, sorry. And manual climb to 8000. There we go. We're flying to today, Angela. We're flying to Washington Dulles from London Heathrow. It's about 7.5 hours flight times today. As we pass 10,000, there we go, ETA. Hopefully it's not going to be 9:30 in the morning. That was the case.
Flight level 130.
Flight level 130 for version 2.1. If it was that late, then I'd have problems. We'd be very, very behind. Passengers very, very unhappy. The clouds, well, I don't see too many clouds at the moment because the weather here is pretty nice actually. But I am using enhanced skyscapes, and even look at the fog, the haze in the background, it does look pretty. It does look very, very pretty, this. Can't fault them, can't fault them. Does look very good. Not quite Microsoft Flight Sim-esque, but getting closer. So it's getting closer. Yes, I'm still using the 1660 and the i7 Yavas. If I get to 3080, then I'll update in the description, but for now, we are still using the 1660. Right, past 6000, stand down to sets. Probably OJI. Takes a bit of practice to learn the ATC on Flight Sim, but you'll get there, you'll get there. What pilot rating do I have on IVAO? I have, what do I have? FS3, so I'm an advanced flight student. At some point I need to try and do some more of the exams, but that is for the future. Actually, ETA should be the clock at the bottom there, so 7 hours and 20 minutes to arrival. 7 hours 20 minutes. So I'm looking at about 3, 4 in the morning for landing tonight. Probably a bit earlier than that, to be fair. Another device. First you have to cross. Only see Max take off, but only when you have more familiar with Boeing procedures, so fine. Yeah, so yeah, I am more Boeing familiar, so I do apologise if I get any of this Airbus stuff wrong. I'll practice at the time. With most things, you do practice at the time. That's about Flight Sim. There's no real risk of failure. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake. It's not going to end the world. Okay, you kill 300 virtual passengers on board this aircraft. Full house, not a single seat left. But, at least they're virtual people, not real people. How did you get bored of these long-haul flights? Well, that's where you guys in chat come in. One thing I love about streaming is the interactivity with you guys in chat. 10,000 past, landing lights off, taxi lights, well, landing lights off, that's all off now. Seatbelt sign, just a straight line path out, so I'll probably...
Change approved, Unicom 122.8.
122 estimates for Virgin 21. Thank you very much. Take care. Goodbye.
No worries, take care. Good night.
Right, over to Unicom. No more to see. We're on our own for the next portion of flights. Back up to flight plan. Check GW. See, that's one thing I don't quite know yet. This aircraft. Check GW. Let's have a quick look at Dr. Google to see what that refers to. A340. Check GW. Check the... is the A340 the longest plane ever? No, Diego. The 747... a bit windy all of a sudden. A bit cloudy too. The 748. Check gross weight, that's it. Right, let's check the weight configuration of this aircraft. Potentially I've burned a bit of fuel on takeoff, and as a result the aircraft's not out of balance, but certainly getting there. That will come under... Let's just check the total screen for that. Plugins, ToLiss, ISCS menu, right, performance. So that's us there. So landing, actually landing we're expected to be on the limits, but not out of the zone. So that's where we are for now, that's fine. So we're good for takeoff for cruise. Essentially burn a little more fuel for landing basically, we should be alright. AKA, bit fast cruise if possible. Speed things up a little bit. FS3 Rev, I just answered your question about pilot rating. So yeah, there's the clouds coming into play now. You can see they're 3D, they're fancy. They're an improvement to the default plane clouds. Not perfect, an improvement. Speaking of which, can I disable XPRealistic? Because that's probably going to feel some more FPS combined with the cloud. No experience, sorry, nope, that comes back. It's a Lua script I need to get rid of. Macros. So I know for a fact that the old weather system works on Lua. See, I need to do more configuring with X-Plane. It's been a little while since I've properly used it, and now I've got 2 weather add-ons that may be conflicting. Not terribly, but certainly in there. We'll see. We'll see. Welcome, Mike. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to chat. How are you today? We'll set our altitude now to 36,000 and make our way up to our initial cruise. Time is 360. Yes, initial climb 360. Deck out up to 37. Now set to 38. Aircraft will see climb outs. Looking good. No, playing X-Plane today, Bulk. Playing X-Plane today. Playing the ToLiss A340. Welcome, Mark. How are you doing? Any visual tutorials of VATSIM? I don't use VATSIM, Marcus, so I'm afraid the answer is no. What are the red buttons on Divider 2? So, these are calibration notes. So, when you're a pilot, when you adjust your seat at height and position, essentially you have to make sure that the black circle, which is on the middle, overlaps. Sorry, no, the red circle overlaps the black circle. And that means that your seat is in the correct position. Now, I'm not quite sure how accurate this is in the ToLiss, because this is right here. Essentially, the pilot wants to align the circles so that they know they're in the right position. How's it for the default view? This is, whoops, that one, I need that one. Yeah, so essentially, you line your line of sight with this setup. And it allows you to positions out properly. Orbex, yeah, so we used the Aerosoft Heathrow departure scenery, and right down below we have the Orbex True Earth England scene down below. So ortho satellite imageries from Orbex, the airport was Aerosoft, the aircraft's ToLiss, the clouds are Nano Dynamics, something like that. I'd have to double check the developer name, but they're a new developer, and so far they're pretty good. And I use IVAO, Marcus. I use IVAO for ATC. So we continue our climb out, continuing our departure out of Heathrow. We'll turn off the seatbelt sign now, since we're well above any issue with turbulence and turning. Sorry, just something potentially happens. Right, that's streaming. Yeah, no Slide Sims, good to see you at Heathrow today. Good to see you going out at Heathrow today. As ever. Always appreciate the ATC from you guys. Always, always do. Same for traffic. Nice to see Heathrow nice and busy. Gives us more to look at when we're on the way out. I'm not quite sure what the oh, that's just explains scenery glitch thing, ignore that. One thing that you guys so yeah, here you go. Another thing as well. So I have new setup for the audio that's streaming now. One more little bonus as well, one thing you guys have asked for a long time. Finally, have ourselves a little hand cam. So when we're landing at Washington tonight, finally you'll be able to see my action on the stick, see what I'm actually doing for the approach tonight. You guys keep asking for it. So one of the things I've now also invested in is a new webcam. So I've got a new webcam for my face, and a secondary webcam. This one, hello, this is my original webcam, facing towards the stick. So finally went on with that. Just drop the top a little bit. Finally going for a new stick view, so we'll definitely make sure we have a bit of fun with that later on during the approach. Still kind of working on positioning and the green screen effects and all that, so you can see it's a bit glitchy about there-ish. Apart from that, should hopefully be pretty effective. And that was my new go-to for future flights. Yours was jet to Santiago to Dubrovnik, came back to Leeds, showed a video, but it was annoying again, 8MB max attachments, very upper windy approach, good fun, very nice. So continue our climb out, pass through 27,000. As you can see, this isn't the #1 aircraft for climb performance. it'll get there. It'll get there. Its own swift time. The 340. 4 contrails behind it. 4 little streaks out the engines. There you go. ETA down to 3:30 in the morning up there. Because now that we're out of summertime, Zulu, which is the time at the very top of the screen, is now correct to Greenwich Mean Time. So back in GMT, the UK, back in Zulu. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of sort out our timing, a little more accurate for the rest of these flights. So now we know what time we're landing to the T. But other than that, so far so good. Notifying like active, and that's a fuel tank crossfeed going progress. Yeah, potentially it's fuel imbalance. Yes, so yeah, as you can see, the inner and outer tanks are slightly imbalanced. So the engines, the aircraft will automatically crossfeed the fuel and get those as balanced as possible. It's a smart aircraft, the 340. It's a very smart aircraft, and ToLiss, in terms of system functionality, it really works wonders in getting out as close to everything as possible. We'll be doing back in time flights on New Year's Eve again. Probably Rebs. We'll do it different routes. Last time we did Tokyo to San Francisco. I think next time we'll do a flight out of maybe Australia to somewhere in America or South America. We'll see. But I plan to kind of make that a little tradition. So on New Year's Eve, am I working? Let me double check. I know I'm working Christmas Eve. I think I've got a day off on New Year's. Yes, I've got a day off on New Year's Eve, so there's a good chance we will do that. Do you mind sharing your... I don't... my voice attack profile for A320 LD. Let me just quickly Google it. My profile is... this one. It's another add-on from HCS Sound Packs, sorry, HCS Voice Packs, Captain and Sun Aviator. I use that alongside Voice Attack. For Microsoft Flight Sim. Qantas flights resume tomorrow, New Australia, very good. Qantas back with the international trips. We're almost done with climb out now. We're passing through 33,000 feet. With 3 to go, and we reach our initial cruise. Yeah, look at the news. Sounds like there's been quite a nasty accident on Great Western earlier today. Hopefully nothing serious, but it looks like 2 trains have crashed into each other. Collision at the Fisherton Tunnel. So I'm hoping that nothing serious. I'm hoping nothing serious has happened. There is no injuries. So there's a Southwest train, sorry, a Southwestern Rail and a Great Western Rail train. Between Portsmouth and Bristol, so potentially Castle set, nope, Sprinter set, and another Sprinter Waterloo to Honiton. hopefully nothing. First train derails inside the tunnel after striking an object, and then struck by a second. It's a problem of running 2 rails, I'm afraid. If the train derails, cuts across the other line, depending on how much of a reaction time driver's got, don't forget, it takes about a mile to stop a train. Not much driver can do, I'm afraid. Hit the brakes and hope for the best. I'm going to follow that as time goes on. So I do punch off my concentration drifts off a little bit during this stream. But as you guys know, I work in the railways myself, so I have got a heightened interest in what's actually happened tonight. Hopefully nothing too bad. In terms of stream flights, we are at, well, there you go, we're now arriving at flight level 360. So far so good, aircraft's looking good, crossfeed's still happening. I never started the chrono, didn't I? Yeah, start the chrono now at the very least, so I'm not going to miss out too much. No special profile, LD. Captain Aviator Captain Anderson automatically links to the A220, so when you load it up on X-Plane, so when you load it up on Microsoft Flight Sim, it automatically does all its stuff. Not too bad, David, tonight. Not too bad. How are you doing? Welcome channel, welcome to the chat. Hope you're keeping well. We are at cruising altitude, initial cruising altitude. At the waypoints. See, at Dogal, which is well ahead of us. That's well over the Atlantic crossing. Back Dogal. So once you arrive at the other end of the Atlantic, we. Wait, oh yeah, that's on the Atlantic. Dogal is. I'll just double check on the map. So it's the waypoint kind of just off the coast of Ireland. We climb to flight level 370. But we'll see, we'll see. I could potentially climb to 380 at that point. I just want to check out how kind of the weather works for us in that regard. Oop, Dan, you're actually fond of this flight. Screenshot there, give you a like. We'll see how it goes. So far, not looking too bad. In fact, how do you take screenshots again next plane? Shift space. Yeah, that's worked. Yeah, got some screenshots to play with now. Load up the old Photoshop. Make them a bit nicer. Just gonna stick something on there. I always use Photoshop just to kind of clear up my screenshot a little bit, so if I need to, I can remove the PACX box at the bottom there. So no one's interested in PACX. And just do a minor bit of colour correction, make it more kind of lifelike. But it does make for some very... In fact, let me show on screen what I do. Let me just grab the screenshots folder. And I'll be using... No, it'd be an app, wouldn't it? Hang on. PC... TFD games X-plane outputs. There we go. That one. So you can see the PACX box actually hasn't appeared on this occasion, so that's good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set the delay up, kill the shadow a little bit. It's disable for an hour. That's more like it. Yeah, that's good. And sharpen. Save that as 24/7. That'll be the first one. There you go. Nice little screenshots. I'll upload it to Volanta. Quickly again. Six. That'll do. Upload to I'll get that one. Cool. Welcome everyone, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to chat. How are you today? How are you doing? Do I prefer long hauls over ocean or over land? Overland any day of the week, Adam. Any day of the week. I mean, I don't mind long hauls over the ocean. It's not like you're really doing much else apart from looking at nothing, but at least with land, well, there's more to look at. Water, I mean, that's coming up the coast of Ireland now. Over the water, it's just nothing but blue the entire time. Okay, got some more fancy clouds we'll be able to hopefully use some spotting for, but I've always preferred land. I've always preferred land for long haul flights, cruising over. Cabin tour? Yeah, not a problem, dudes. Let's unlock the cockpits and let's have a look around. Unlock. Doors open. Swing that. There we go. Alright, let's have a look at the cabin, shall we? So here we have the front galley. You have your two jump seats. You've got a coffee machine at the back. You've got your trolleys. Got some storage containers and I presume these are ovens or microwaves based on the heating logo and the timing unit top there. So a couple of microwaves. There's your trolley storage. 3 jump seats, sorry, not 2. Toilet back here. And toilet back here. Another coffee making machine on the wall there. On the left we have ourselves a toilet. Toilet is not modelled, it's just a box. You've got your toilets, you've got your first class seating. So out front here you've got your fancy seats, bigger, wider, more legroom, your own little TV and your own little partitions. And a little sit down. Yeah, this is the luxury flights. Nice little window view. You've got your engines, you can see one of the engines at the back there. Second engine just about if you take your head around. There's your islands down below. You've got your seats at the front, in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 seats up front. Next up we have business. Actually I want to say business or premium economy, so I'll go back a bit further. The next section I believe has some better, fancier seats. Nope, it is the same kind. Okay, so you got your business stroke premium economy sections. So these are nicer seats, a bit more legroom, a bit more standard grass. So yeah, you got your seat back screen there. You got a side table instead. You got yourself a little shelf, I guess, that things onto, or a footrest. Fancier seating, nothing super special. On the side, you've got yourself a couple of entertainment systems there. There's a little remote control for your fancy screen. Ooh, that's actually the cockpit there. I don't want to mess around the cockpit from back here. God knows what I'm clicking me on. Yeah, the XP11. I have the XP11. Got 3 displays back there, 3 displays for whatever films are playing. I'm afraid if you're on the front row, you don't get any screens, you just have to watch the main screen up there. We make my way a bit further back, we go through the next galley, which features a few more trolleys and some storage containers. There's a lighting panel up there. Warning, yeah, it's lighting panel of some sorts. A few more heaters, a few more shelves and storage containers, a couple more exits for the middle of the aircraft. No toilets, again, probably not much going on in here, nope. There you go, no toilets. And then you got yourself the next section, premium economy, same seats, fancy setup, got a shelf and all that. Next step, economy class. Up there, very nice. So pretty standard seating, 2x3x2. You got your standard seat back entertainment. You got your tray table. Got a side little armrest view bit here. Wider armrests, of course, because it's a normal aircraft. Got your plug on the bottom there. Pretty standard seat for your standard economy class seating. Again, window views. You get your standard ones up here. Further back, you've got some more economy class. Not much to be said for economy. That's the way it is in economy, I'm afraid, Chief. That's why it is. Now over here, no trolley parking yet, because I believe this is the well, it's either toilets or crew rest. And downstairs you've got 1, 2, 3, 5 toilets. Little storage container, or seat, I guess, in some cases. Wi-Fi hotspot down below. There you go, who would have thought it? A340, it's actually got 2 decks before the A380. 2-deck aircraft, got upper deck, lower deck. Again, these toilets got nothing much behind them. I believe this is maybe a crew rest area. Not modelled, but actually, is it a crew rest? Let me just look inside the model. I know in the A3. Gosh, A3. I forget which one it is. A350. the curious area. It's in the back of the aircraft. A set of stairs leads up to the roof, basically. Now I'm using the back of the aircraft here. Yeah, the 3450, like a set of stairs here, which lead you up to the roof, the crew rest area. This pretty standard. You've got 2 seats to the rear galley, a couple of coffee machines, a couple of cooking units, storage containers, or your trolleys and all that, more shelving, a couple more jump seats. There's a lot of jump seats on this aircraft, loads and loads for the cabin crew to use. There's your window. So if you're sitting down here, you should just got enough for you to look outside the window. There you go. Perfectly angled for your viewing pleasure. Yes, the A340 would require cabin crew, AM. Absolutely would require cabin crew. Up above you got your air conditioning, you know, smoking, your seatbelt sign, your lighting. Pretty standard stuff. It's a big old aircraft, this. Big old aircrafts. Definitely worth a look if I'm doing some long haul aircrafts and flights. A340 stand below, AM. It's an A340 this. Jump back to the cockpit. Let's secure the door. And let's lock it. Let's have it around. Let's have it around with the aircraft. So you've got your storage bits, so you put your jackets and your blades and all that for the pilots. Got a jump seat, sorry, you've got a breathing hood down below, so if you've got issues with your breathing, then use one of these to kind of help out your airways. Disc stowage, you've got discs on you, can throw them in there. Little hook for more baggage, basically. You've got a few baggage compartments on the left there. You've got 2 jump seats, one left on the right. In terms of view you get, the centre gets you middle of the cockpit, and this view gets you more of the back displays and all that. Not bad, eh? Not bad. Herb Island. Down below, you've got your oxygen, which hopefully does work. Ooh, doesn't. I know the ToLiss A340 you could actually press on the button and it would make the sound and that would be animated. Psh! Not on this occasion, unless it's just the captain's side. Nope, sadly not. There's only a small little gimmick in the A320 and sorry, A319 and 21, but hey ho, it's only a small little detail. Very reflective metal here, very polished. A little container there for paper binders and all your checklists. Up there, you got your lighting panel for your dome lights. Your little window visors, so if you need to block out the sun, use those. There's a lot going on in this aircraft, a lot for you to mess around with, a lot for you to fiddle, a lot for you to click. You was invited to sit in A330 once, it was awesome. When was this, Adam? I presume this was pre-2001, because that certainly doesn't happen in the modern day, I'm afraid. I'd love to fly jump seat one day, get that invitation, but I'm afraid it's very unlikely until you go through an airline, get all clearances and special permissions to do what you need to do. I'd love to do it, but it's not easy to get. Yeah, so landing gears up, taxi cam won't work. Very good. If I were to activate the passenger screens again, so if I were to go back to these, now, there you go. Not much of a view, but you can see the ground below as the flight goes ahead. That's just the passenger nose view of the entire flight. A few years ago, quite recent, Air Algier. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure if it's an airline. Well, you never know. I might fly Air Algier one day. Their routes don't really go anywhere that I really go with myself, but You never know. Getting more insensitive now. Hang on, where's turn it off again? There you go, turn it off again. Just turn them off, save a bit of FPS in your flights. So far, looking so good. So nice being able to look at the ETA 331 Zulu and not converting time difference anymore. Yeah, certainly back we're now back in Greenwich Mean Time. No more conversions. Just look at the clock and know what time it is for arrival. Yep, I've had a look at the weather reports for that, Chief Rex. There is a bit of cloud cover both over Ireland and the Atlantic today. Fortunately, well above any of that, but certainly if any of this cloud cover starts to raise, you need to start maybe thinking about changing flight levels or powering through the storms. But for now, for the most part, we should be alright. I'm hoping that nothing... Like I said, my biggest fear to this aircraft is landing. I don't know if you practice landings in the A340, I think I've got the hang of it, but this ain't an easy aeroplane to land, at least get it down smoothly, I've noticed. Because it's so long, the centre of gravity is further back the aircraft than you'd expect, and as a result, when you're flaring it, you don't gain that altitude, so your throttle needs to be perfect for the approach. I've practiced, but see how it goes. Will the train crash affect my... well, I'm not working until Wednesday, guys. I've got Monday and Tuesday off, fortunately. In regards to the train crash, like I say, my thoughts and prayers are with the people involved. No fatalities reported yet, so I'm hoping it stays that way. But, yeah, it does sound nasty. So, Great Western Rail... So, what I understand of it, a GWR train, a Great Western train has hit something in a tunnel and derailed. So that train's off the track on the side, and then another train hits it, and also crashes, derails. So, certainly a nasty one, that. Hopefully no fatality crossing out of it. Will it affect my job? Certainly, tomorrow there'll be a few issues, because again, I won't get into the details like who I work for, where I work, and all that kind of stuff, but we'll expect passengers to backlog a bit. So ticket acceptance will certainly play a part of it. And I'm hoping that with work on Wednesday, things should, for the most part, be back to normal. The line itself, so where the crash happened at Fisherton, that line will be blocked now for a good week or two. Same with Grey was 2003. Stonehaven last year. When that line, because that was down to track flooding and landslide, which took a train down the embankments, that killed 3. May they rest. That line was down for about 2 weeks, where they had to rebuild the embankments, strengthen it so that it'd never kind of slip again, and then build a new kind of viaduct bridge around that as well. So that was down for about a week or 2. This one will take a while to get going again. I'm hoping that, in terms of seriousness, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting couple of days. I'm not a train driver, Banger. I work at a train station. I work at a train station. I do gate line dispatch customer service. Doing your first helicopter flight tomorrow. Very nice, Beluga. Do enjoy it. It's a fun little aircraft, 340. Do enjoy it. We're now leaving Ireland, so we're just to the south of Galway now. We are over. We're heading now to the Atlantic. So Galway is about there. Once we pass this this bit here, we will be well on our way. Cool, that sneaky cloud change there. We'll be well on our way over towards the US. Welcome Megatomsky, how are you doing? Welcome to chat. How are you today? How are you? 2 sandbaggers at Heathrow. Whereabouts? I'm looking at the IVAO map. I don't see anybody. I see 2 aircraft from Iberia 330 and the BA 320 that just landed. Not much else going on here. In terms of aircraft on this trip, got one behind me, 340s, one also just trip, but it seems they're disconnected. Pretty good, I'm flying this one just for the night, but we'll see how they do for the approach. If they make a return or not. Hope they do. But we are now over the Atlantic, well on our way to the US. Now, if I do take a break during this stream, to look like a nap or anything, it'd probably be now at this point. So I don't know, go to sleep, wake up and hit the American coast, perhaps. Again, it's only 9:30. It's not super late in the evening. So how are we all doing today in the stream so far? How are we all in chat? There's Logan Air Squawk 77 in Scotland. Gosh, sounds like everything's going wrong today. I hope nothing serious in that one. 77's an emergency. Hopefully nothing serious. Let's have a look. Think Skyscapes this? Well, go for it, Monolith. It's all yours, dude. Down to north of Glasgow. Let's have a look at flight radar on that one. Happy Halloween, Samu. Happy Halloween. How are you doing? Welcome to chats. How are you today? Let's have a look for Logan Air 17X Yankee. It's a flight from Derry, Londonderry to Glasgow. Embraer 1. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's the #1 tracks flight worldwide, so presumably this one. So Derry, Londonderry to Glasgow. Embraer 145, sorry, not 35, 145. Golf Sierra Alpha Juliet Oscar. Final approach into Glasgow. I don't use VATSIM, Hydrogas, I'm afraid, so I'm afraid the answer is no, I didn't do cross the pond. So I don't use VATSIM. 40, I'm enjoying it, Geek. I'm really enjoying this one. So far, good looking aircraft. I must say, pitching up a little bit more than I expected there. I might increase the... tell you what, we'll increase the speed a bit. Mach 184. We're going to go for a slightly faster cruise, which in turn means a slightly early arrival, and hopefully means we can level the aircraft off a little bit as well. We've got plenty of fuel on board to carry some excess. Potentially that's just the centre of gravity play there. No, that hadn't been in the description. I only had that now description. It was an ad I bought about, well, an hour ago, 2 hours ago. So I'm still very new to the brand new. Yeah, so 370 Dougal, but I presume I won't do that because I'll be cruising at a odd numbered flight level, which I can't do. So I'll probably stay at 360 for a bit, then jump to 38 to Elsa. There's no real traffic in the way, so I'm not going to be suffering or anything because of crossing flight level. Logan there. Bit of a shaky approach path that, I must admit. Quite sure what happened to it there. Refresh the page, it just kind of shoots off on one. I'm hoping nothing serious has happened to it. I'm hoping it's gone off radar for the fact that it's landed. Okay, yep. Twitter has confirmed it has landed. I hope that's the truth. If it is, we'll keep an eye out, but again, hopefully nothing major. So far, so there haven't been reported fatalities at the train crash earlier. Still waiting for the information about the driver though, still trapped in the cab. This is X-Planer, and that's not Microsoft, I'm afraid, so this aircraft will not be coming to console. If this was an X-Plane, sorry, if this was Microsoft Flight Sim, then perhaps there's a chance it'd be on there, but sadly, different platform, different everything, this aircraft will not be coming to console. So at this point, we are now 15% of the way there. Oh, a long flight this. We're about an eighth of the way there so far. An eighth of the way there. Got plenty of flight to go. Yeah, so you've done pretty well, Flight Sim. You've done pretty well yourself. No issues, no deviations, none of that. Your aircraft were airborne, and now they're on their ways. Fair play, dude. Good shift. A good IVAO shift there. So I've got 5 hours and 33 minutes on the clock throughout time remaining. My ETA is showing 19 minutes past 3 in the morning. Confirm that. Flight Sim up here to me is 15 past. So we are saving a bit of time. Oh, sorry, which means levers there. Whoops. So yeah, we're doing good timing. ETA 3:16 Zulu. That's looking at a time of about, so it's come up to, so we'll say 2200 plus 6, 23, 24, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning. So we're about, so far about 40 minutes ahead of schedule. 40 minutes ahead of schedule, which is pretty good. Not that affects my night too much. I'll be here tired away for pretty much all of it, but hey ho. Well, I say probably not Gibson. At some point in the cruise, I'll take a break. During that break, I'll probably go have a nap for a short bit, just to rest myself. And then once we're over once I start that approach over North Canada, over the US, in terms of flight plan, let me show you the flight plan on the land side of things. So, as you can see, we cut across Newfoundland, cut across Nova Scotia. Oh, flying a Concorde, very nice. I was to get a Concorde screenshot, fair play to, well, that was 12 minutes ago, so probably not that far out of the area. Volanta map, that's an A340, A320, what is this, Nubios. When did I fly that then? Q400s, 747, 732s. The last Concorde flight was, oh, it was about that. Fair enough. Well, they got a screenshot somewhere. 11-day flying streak. I need to grab a screenshot of this aircraft as well. It's carrying like a fun generation or something. Well, that goes to Navigraph. I'm landing at 3 in the morning in terms of local UK time. For America, for Washington, that's about 11 PM landing local time. 11 PM. Make a phone call. Phone call to who? Highland 43. What do I call it this time of night? Well, again, it's coming up to 10 PM. It's not particularly late yet. I'll probably stick around to maybe about 11. Then I'll take a nap until about 2 AM maybe. So 3 hours of sleep. Then I'll prepare the aircraft for kind of the rest of the flight and approach the landing. And then back to sleep again, I guess. So I'll stick around for about an hour, 20 minutes or so before I think about having a break. I need to figure out this. Well, I need to figure out. I need to kind of adjust the camera a little bit because it's a new lighting setup. So this fancy little camera, it's the Movo HD Pro, or bid it on Kickstarter. Decent camera. The microphone's a bit disappointing, I must admit, but yeah, there you go. This is my natural skin colour, bright orange, guys. There you go. Now, if I get a bit more colour into my skin, maybe it's a bit more lifelike. So yeah, because that's natural. It's a bit too pink for this room. 50. Yeah, that's more like it, guys. Look like what's the name from Chocolate Factory? That'll do, I guess. Copy filters, and then just go to hand cam and paste it here. And there we go. And we're going to hand cam. So from now on, landing, get proper hand cam, proper move around the stick and all that. Should be good. I'm still kind of figuring out what to do with this kind of cut there, where it just ends. I can have to move my shoulder against it, like, there you go, look, there you go. And I've got a hand coming out of my my elbow there. I'll figure it out. It's the first 10 attempts at this, the first try at it. But, there it goes. Why do I enhance Skyscapes? Why not, Geek? I've seen good things about it, I've seen very good reviews. Honestly, they don't look too bad for X-Plane. So, yeah, purchase. Right, what's your issue with enhanced Skyscapes, Geek? All these live weather, default live weather, it's the leak out. I'm using enhanced Skyscapes, which reminds me I need to add it to my description. Enhanced Skyscapes with default live weather. One. No worries, Adam. You take care, dude, and have a good night. And who's there for this one? It's Nano something. Biological Nanobot, that's it. I mean, yeah, there is active sky configuration as well, but for X-Plane, I've not personally really seen a need for it. I like active sky. I use it with I used it back with FSX when I do that actively. Not so much now. For FSX, active sky was very much like even P3D was a requirement if you want to get yourself decent weather while you flew. X-Plane, I just found default weather injection not too bad. It's a bit sharp at times where it kind of just jumps the cloud straight away, instantly. Navigraph. Active sky's a bit more kind of rolling, flowing. Pardon me, but it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Why don't you use software that Chewie uses? Yeah, the software he uses. I can't remember which software it is, but I think there is a setup for it. I tried looking for it. I never found it in the end, but I know which one you're talking about, Charlie. I have had a look for it. I can't find what it is. I'm still doing a bit more research into the whole hand cam setup. For now, it's ain't terrible. It's a joystick kind of just in the air there. But we'll see. We'll see. Well, I'll let you answer that. Alex, what do you think I'm using? What do you think I'm using? Yeah, no issues that you like the price of nice. I'd like to say discusses. Well, ultimately, Geek is about realism. And if these CADs more realistic than default, then of course you can go for it. It costs about it's $15, £10. It's not even expensive for an add-on. It's a nice little effect, just to bring a bit more life into your flight sim. So yeah, I can't complain. I like it. Simple, looks good, does the job. It does the job. Not yet, Dan. I've not got Simlink working just yet, so I need to figure out how that... Well, I need to download it, basically. One thing you'll notice with me, guys, I am super lazy, and it doesn't benefit anyone. One day I'll do it. One day. Get off your bike. Come on, man. You should be better than that. Question next plane is on sale for the box right now. I wonder if it's worth buying a plane from FSX. From FSX next, I'd probably say yes to that, actually. I mean, FSX is a good platform, don't get me wrong, I've used it for years, but for me, I retired FSX in favour for X-Plane. So my Sims progression was FS 2004, FSX, X-Plane 11, then it was Dovetail Games Flight Sim World. When that fell, back to X-Plane 11, and now I want to Microsoft Flight Simulator. But despite Microsoft Flight Sim kind of being my main go-to sim, I've never forgotten about X-Plane, and every so often I do stream it. So regularly. Same with yeah, FSX I did for a bit. That's now completely dead in the water. It had its one-time revival for the Drawyah 228, but that's now long gone. But yeah, I'll say it's so far. It's not. I've not really left X-Plane forever. And certainly for 737, I plan to try to do a Zybo stream at some point soon. A Zybo 737 stream around their colours. Hopefully that won't take too long to get planning and going. But yeah, I've never forgotten about the old X-Plane. It's a good platform, very good aircrafts, and even the ToLiss 21 and 19, very good aircrafts. Still very actively updated. Of course, got brand new A340, very good aircraft, looking very good, so far so smooth in the air. Long haul flight into Washington today. At this point we're well over the Atlantic. The next waypoint will be Elsit. We won't get there until it's about 2.5 hours till we get to Elsit. Maybe more than that. 2:45 to Elsit. 2 hours 45 with nothing but water. How come I do it so late? Because I was busy earlier, Velox, and I couldn't do it yesterday because I had audio issues with my microphone. So why not? The alternative Velox is not streaming at all. I'll let you decide which you prefer: a late stream or no stream at all. My channel, not yours. Had load planes coming up from Glasgow to. Load planes on the way to Glasgow right now. In line from Carlisle, not bad. I know it's next. Always happy to respond. Always happy to respond. You have X Vision, which is kind of like Enhanced Skyscapes, doesn't work for you. I just don't know, because Enhanced Skyscapes is very easy to install. You buy it, you input the key, and it just installs in like half a second. It's crazy, actually. I thought I'd be sitting here for like half an hour watching it kind of go progress up. No, you just press the button and it's like done. So fair play for the quick installation. Yeah, let's say if you want to use XenViro, that's down to you. I never bought XenViro with me because I know it's quite a heavy FPS impact, but this one, Enhanced Skyscapes, for £10, you can't complain. It's done a lot for the clouds. It's a very different looking platform, this now. Can't fault it, can't fault it. Cabin looking good. If I want to kill a few frames, I can just turn these on again, and bish bash bosh, and I got your... Again, there's not really much to look at, because we're just over the water now, so it's just going to be faded black screen, faded white screen basically for now for the next couple of hours. So you see the sun reflection in the water level, that's about it. I should have been to New York. Well, we're going to Washington today, so there's no real validity in history, but I should have gone to New York last year. Should have flown the 747, British Airways. Sadly, well, my British Airways flight never happened. The 747 BA got retired, and my trip to New York got cancelled. I'm hoping I can fly the 747 Lufthansa, they took it there for a few more years. But if I don't, then it'll be a shame to miss out on the aircraft that I've always adored and wanted to fly. But at the same time, I got so close to having a ticket in my hand to go to American 747, just for it to be taken away from me, and that's the hard fact. So close yet so far. I had it in my hand, gone forever. I'm sure I can work out the Lufthansa. I fly from Heathrow to Frankfurt, 7-hour stopover, and fly from Frankfurt to America. It's not impossible, it's a long way of doing things, but it's not impossible. That's just the way you go, I'm afraid. If you want to fly these aircraft, you've got to spend your money on it. Ooh, speaking of passengers, we never some passengers, didn't we? Never looked at the itinerary. Who's on board? Any names to recognise? Let's see who's on board. There's a Spanish lady on board, you say? Hopefully we'll find her. So far, nobody I personally recognise. Okay, fly to Lufthansa, fly LA of San Fran with Lufthansa, only from Frankfurt, Munich A340-600. Sorry, you're right, fly to Frankfurt, I'll do that. I'd love to go to LA and San Francisco as well one day, Alex, but if you're going to, as a Brit, if you're going to America, you always do New York first. It's like, that's just the way of life. If you go to America, you're going to go to New York first. No names I recognise in this flight, I must say. No that I personally see or know. Full cabin, no empty seats in this flight. Andrada, that's a very Finnish first name there. Not sure about the surname though, I'm not quite sure the language of that one. Spartak Miller, very nice. Interesting name there. Innocent El Ababi. Nope, nobody I personally recognise on board today. If anyone in chat spots anyone, do give us a shout. And that will be Spanish for me there, Rosalinda Cortez. Nope, nobody in this light I recognise, I'm afraid. Anyone in chat spots anyone, let us know and check out their stats. So far, all looking pretty good in the cabin for a 746. Sorry, 746. Gosh, A346 even. Yes, I do. Next year, January, February, I'll probably do the A380 flights from Heathrow to Frankfurt. That's not a bad little track. That. Because I think they're continuing until March, that flight. So 2021 will always be my domestic year, so I won't do any flights outside of the UK. Which for the most part I've done that now. I've done flights to Northern Ireland, Scotland, and domestic English flights, and that's about it. Nowhere international this year. Yes, I've done a stream from in Lufthansa from Frankfurt to Buenos Aires. It's 14 hours, long flight that. And again, South America, Buenos Aires to Argentina. Ignoring history, I'd love to visit Argentina. I'd love to visit that place, check out some history and the sceneries out of there. I'm fairly sure it's Argentina. If not, well, yeah, Castle Argentina. I'm not going crazy. I'd love to visit. It's a fantastic city. Cuba. I'd love to go to Cuba as well. That's another one on my bucket list. But Cuba, if I ever do that, it'd be a Cubana flight out of Madrid, because they operate. Pardon me, tired. They operate an Illusion 96 on that flight, an IL 96, 20 years old. Well, it could be a TU-204 as well. They've got TU-204 in active service. Cubana have got a load of old aircraft. They've got two ATR-72s in their fleet, two IL-96s, and a TU-204. So oldies and goldies in this. Love to go on this trip. They also have Antonov 158s. They're currently in storage. Pending a few upgrades to the aircraft due to safety directives. I don't think that was a Dream Down 5800. I think that was Soul Plane you're watching. So I'm fairly sure part of that movie, in fact, it was on DVD right here. Ooh, give me a second. Give me a second, that was not good. Okay, let's crash into my Hornby train there. I forgot I've got USB sticks on that shelf. And SD cards, great. Let me re-rail this train, 2 seconds. So Hornby Javelin. This one's not. There we go. It now. That's more like it. Cool. Crisis averted. Pride my Hornby trains. I've got no set to use the Hornby trains on, but I pride myself on that set. Yeah. You're probably just watching Soul Plane. As part of that, you still certainly have seen when they had a bowling alley in those of their fancy tricked out 747. Captain Chris, I'm familiar with his work, Alex. Certainly familiar with his work. Look at the livery, sure thing. Safety 40, Virgin Atlantic colours. There you go at the front. Colour code is Vegas, Victor Golf Alpha Sierra. It's an Emma Bentley livery actually. Emma Bentley, she's been doing liveries and flights for years. Well, if you like aviation, dude, then you probably certainly see this old plane. It was it Kevin Hart's? Yeah, Kevin Hart. It's his breakout film. So it's the film that made him famous, basically. It's the film that made him famous. Very popular. So looking at an ETA now about 20 past 3 in the morning. Ain't looking too bad. Someone I know is they're flying to Singapore today, British Airways. They're flying in business class, so they're 71st to their seats. It's magnificent. I wish them well on their trip today. It's 787, I think. Yeah, 787. Wish them well on their first class luxury, or first business class. Lucky. Gosh, look at the results too. Brighton Liverpool 2-2. Crystal Palace Man City. Palace wins 2-0. Spurs 3-0 United. Not bad results this weekend as well. It's working on our favour. Chelsea now a couple of points clear at the top of the table. Can't fault that. Yeah, 25 points. 3 points clear. No games in hand. Just the way I like that. Just the way I like that. I've heard Adele's new song. Like I say, I'm not a massive Adele fan. I like her songs, I'm just not like a super fan. Overrated is the word. Nah, I like her songs, I'm not super fussed. Happy Halloween, Keenan, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. How are you today? How are you? So we're well into our cruise. So far so good. Not much going on at this point. This is kind of the going out over water now. This will be the long boring bit for several hours. Very excited to the Welsh Masons A340. Yes, I've heard things about the Welsh as well. 340 on the way. Again, looking like another little project on the way, which is going to be pretty good. There's a few exciting projects in Flight Sim that hopefully will really change the scope of MSFS. But time will tell for those. Time will certainly tell. I've got 5 hours left of the clock, 5 hours and 1 minute. That puts my arrival time at... yeah, about 20 past 3 in the morning. Sometimes CIJ Microsoft Flight Sim tutorials helps. No worries, Lobby, no worries at all. I'm glad you found them helpful. I'm glad you've learned a lot out of those videos. And that's the aim of a tutorial video, to help people learn how things work. So if this works for you dudes, then glad to hear it, really am. How do you get ATIS off of Discord, Alfie? I've got a Discord bot for that. ATIS bot. Sorry, not ATIS bot. Pilot bot, I think. Yes, pilot bots on Discord. That's what I use for my ATIS voice. Avbot even. Pilot bot's the odd one. Avbot's the new one. To be fair, we're landing at 20 past 3 in the morning. I mean, that's relatively early for a long flight like this, in terms of when I departed at 8 PM. I may even just stay up for the whole thing, to be fair. Don't know how beneficial that would be for me. If I sleep at 3 in the morning and wake up at 10 o'clock, I'll get about 7 hours sleep. So yeah, it's not terrible for me. Again, it's not really that long, I guess. I'll take an hour and a half power nap later on. That's definitely going to happen. Probably when we get about halfway across the Atlantic, I'll go for that nap. Else here we get to at 18:41 in sim time. It's currently 16:19. So 1 hour 40. 2 hours 20 till we get there, I'd say. Yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Yes, Kendall, I'm off work tomorrow. I'm off work until Wednesday. So, tomorrow and Tuesday, I plan to do a bit of the clean up in this place. How are you doing? Well, welcome, Karim. How are you doing? General chats. What I recommend? So, in terms of scenery, Orbex sceneries are fantastic for the. So anything Orbex like Orbex True Earth is fantastic. There's a set of freeware sceneries in America as well, which I can't remember the names of. There's a really good freeware sceneries in America as well, which I'll try to find names for. OpenVFR, very good for European sceneries as well, across Europe, based on what do you call it, OpenStreetMap data. OpenVFR, free to download. In terms of weather, definitely get the enhanced Skyscapes add-on by Biological Nanobots. New add-on released a couple of weeks ago, which does look fantastic for the clouds. These are default. Default clouds are 2D and flat. These are 3D, puffy, and actually pretty fantastic. Can't fault them, really. Worth a look. Certainly worth a look. In terms of aircraft, anything from ToLiss, the Cyber mod's pretty good. People don't seem to enjoy the Magnite 787. I personally don't mind it too much. I can understand why they say it's not great, but honestly, I've flown far worse aircraft than any flight sims. We're on IVAO. Patrick's not that sim. We fly on IVAO on this channel. 4000's Wednesday? Wednesday, sorry, yeah, Wednesday. Very nice, do enjoy it. Not been to 1000 in years myself. Many a year. Weather, this is Enhanced Skyscapes by Biological Nanobots. All my mods are listed in the description. If you wish to have a look at what I'm using in the stream, just hit description, it'll all be in there. What industry am I into? I work in railways, Levic. I work in the railways myself. Will I get Q4XP? Probably DLM. Not sure when I'll get it, but the answer is probably. I've got the Legacy add-on. The new one's only about $30 anyway, it's not really expensive. And yeah, I don't mind my Q400s, decent little aircraft. Flying to maybe London City or something, and hopefully cross-compatible with XPLane-12, so that has a future as well. I've been working. I mean, I'm 22 years old, Luvic, so I've been working for a couple of years now. I started working at 18, so that's 4 years of working, of which I've spent the last 7-8 months in the railways. So a slight change of career from marketing, but for me, it has been a massive beneficial change. I'm enjoying work a lot. I really am. I'm hoping to stay for a long time. Trying to fight today. It's not really complicated. If it's complicated, I mean, can you fly the A320 in Microsoft Flight Sim? Because the overhead panel, apart from the fact that there's now 4 engines rather than 2 engines, is virtually a 1-for-1 copy of the aircraft. Same as the engines which is down below. Instead of 2 throttle levers and 2 star switches, you've got 4 of these, but same ignition, same switches, same throttles. Very similar aircraft. All Airbus aircraft from A320 up are very similar to control. The A300 and A310 are similar, because that's just the era when they first came out in the 1970s, 80s. And then the A380 is a bit of a workaround as well, but all Airbus aircraft have common cockpit features. So in the UK, you're in school from 3 years old to 16 years old. From 16, you can either start working as an apprenticeship, or you can go to college, 6th form, and then from that's 16. So 16 to 18, you're in college, 6th form, or an apprentice. And 18, you go to university, or become an apprentice, or just work as normal. There's a few different options you get in the UK in terms of career choices. So I did school till 16, 2 years of 6th form college, and then from there, I went to an apprenticeship into marketing. Spent a couple of years doing that, and then moved from marketing into railways. So my customer service skills transferred across quite nicely. My Facebook marketing. So my Facebook adverts certainly haven't, but customer service definitely not fault me yet. Yeah, so Airbus have common cockpits because yes, you're right. Cutting down training costs makes it more approachable for airlines. Also, even for Airbus, it's just cheaper to develop the same cockpit for aircrafts. Instead of having to rebuild everything every... You look at Boeing's cockpits, every generation has a new cockpit. Compared to 732 to 73 MAX, similar layouts, ultimately, pilots require complete retraining for the aircrafts. So what supposedly, between the MAX and the... So the next generation, the NGs and the MAX, they weren't supposed to have kind of that training step up, apart from an 8-hour PowerPoint course, something like that. But, as we now know, things certainly didn't go the way Boeing were hoping, so to say the least. So yeah, they changed that now. Pilots require full retraining. For your aircraft, the Zybo 77 is fantastic winter. The Zybo 73 is one of the best aircraft in the sim. There's a load of decent prop aircraft and GA stuff. Jetliners are a little light for freewares, but there's a few aircraft out there, kind of enhanced versions, default planes and all that. But the Zybo 73 is by far the best freeware aircraft in the sim. And honestly, better than some of the payload aircraft in the sim as well. It's a very thorough aircraft, lots of detail and attention to all that. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a break for about 2 hours maybe. So we've got 4 hours and 50 minutes to landing, 4 hours and 50 minutes to go. If I disappear for 2 hours, that gives us about 3 hours to landing. No, seatbelts are off, that's no smoking there. Seatbelts are off. Same with PACX. I'll turn them on again. I'm not going to. Do I miss out some events? There are a few events I do miss, I won't lie. I mean, IVAO has their own events, which are pretty good anyway, but yeah, there are some explained events that I do wish I could... sorry, some advanced events I wish I could take place in, but sadly can no longer do. Cross the Pond was a good one. Always a good one. If I disappear for 2 hours, that comes back for midnight, and that gets me another 2 hours and 50 minutes. We'll see. So there's not really much going on at this point. Other than the fact we're at cruise, looking stable. Right now, Jesse, we're over the Atlantic. Heading for the US. So we won't take a break just yet. We'll stick it for a little bit longer, and then we'll think about our break. It's a long, long way. Actually, how far are we now? We're a quarter of the way there, 25% of the way there. We're shooting now for only about 2.5 hours, not really a super long time. Making good progress. We are about 40 minutes early at this point. Slight rate change there because of the crosswinds? Not really. Just the aircraft on the bank really. Considering getting this jet, also want to get the Quality 787 Microsoft Flight Sim. Like I say, a lot of people... the reviews for the 787 Magnite are 50-50... Oh, the Quality Wings. Sorry, I'm looking at Magnite. Magnite's, yeah, 50-50 reviews, I quite like it. Some people don't like it. It's mixed reviews. There is a flight factor on the way. Quality 787, yes, I'm hoping that they're going to release the Microsoft Flight Sim soon. If I do, then... well, if they do, sorry, then yeah, definitely pick it up. You have a 52 knot headwind right now. Ouch. We've got 2 knots here. To be fair, on slightly different paths there, Dan. I've noticed you've taken a slightly more northerly little I have. As a result, you got 515 remaining. I've only got 446. Now, I'm sure that'll close the gap, because we took off very similar anyway, so I'm sure that'll close up. I'm sure we're still about an hour ahead of you earlier, obviously not. It's about a half an hour difference at points of time. So much waffling. What forward, Monolith? Waffling for what? Again, cabin pretty good. Not much going on back here. It's just a cabin, basically. Yes, Kinhopper, it does have low floor toilets. If we make ours a bit more forwards down the cabin, we'll be able to set the stairs down to see them. It's easy to land. It's difficult to land A340 without practice, Keenan. It does take a bit of practice. I'm still learning, basically, so I'm hoping it'll be pretty good. Yes, inertial parking, a couple of doors to keep you from falling downstairs. But yes, this aircraft does have the low deck toilets in the A340. It's downstairs. Toilet, 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 toilets, and I can presume, again, this is probably just a cabin crew rest area. But yes, the aircraft does include toilets. We are streaming whole flights to Philips, yes. That's the point of the long haul stream. We fly long haul, we fly the whole thing. Yeah, again, ToLiss have been always good for their detail, Kinhopper. Very good for detail, and it shows. With aircraft of these qualities releasing, do I think it's worth it? Absolutely. So was it $90 for the ToLiss 340? It's not cheap. Massive thank you to ToLiss for providing me a copy of this. Helps when your brother contracts he works on as well. But yeah. I've got no issues. I've never had issues with ToLiss aircraft. I mean, you compare ToLiss and FlyFactor, they're kind of the two big developers in X-Plane. For me, ToLiss are the better developer. Yeah, it's not PMDG Kinhopper, but what is PMDG? They're a high quality aircraft developer, but for P3, FSX and Microsoft Flight Sim. X-Plane's a whole different beast. Looking at different developers like Flight Factor and ToLiss, who are your... and FlyJSim as well, can't forget FlyJSim, top developers of this platform. And what you're getting is some fine products, fine products either way. Yes, good Commander, LC is a waypoint off the west coast of Canada. $90, not pounds. It's about 70-ish pounds, 60 pounds, 60, 70 pounds. I mean, if you think it's a rip-off you, then just wait until PMDG released their 737 for Microsoft Flight Sim. That got... I think they've changed the price plan because they've had the reaction from the people, but initially it was, what do you call it? They initially announced the 737 for Microsoft Flight Sim at $139.99. If you think $90 is a rip-off, $140 for a 737. That's the comparison pricing. Flight sim add-ons have never been cheap. They're expensive to develop, it takes a long time to recuperate costs, and as a result, they've always been relatively high priced. If you're into your flight simming, trust me, it's not a cheap hobby to get into. I've spent thousands on flight sims over the years. It's not been easy on time, but that's just the way it has been. Yes, good man. We are flying to Washington Dulles. That is in Washington DC, yes. But we have to go through Canada to get into the US. There's a thing called a Great Circle, and it's all about straight line paths on a globe. Not a flat Earth. This route here isn't real. Well, because if you do, you'd be flying about an extra 1,000 miles. You follow the Great Circle, you follow the globe, get your destination. This is the most direct path between the UK, between London and Washington. Not burning extra fuel, good Amanda. This is genuinely the shortest flight plan available. Through Canada, around the globe. Ooh, some very nice screenshots out there we go. Very nice screenshots of sunset in the UK right now. Very nice. Yes and no, Hugh. Increased player base has allowed to sell more products, but I don't think the PM277 is going to make it to the console, because of it could do. It depends on the quality of the aircraft. I mean, there's for example, the CRJ by Aerosoft. That's not on console because it's too advanced to the product. So all of a sudden, you've shut off about half user space already. Yes, Motor 5 is a very wide product, but the console release has got its limitations, and unfortunately, console will miss out on quite a load of these fancy planes and add-ons. Time will tell. Time will certainly tell. But again, all we can really say is wait and see what happens. For now, Bella, yes, you're going to stay up. You're going to stay up a little bit longer for this trip. This is live weather, ads. This is live weather. I won't do live time because it'll be pitch black darkness outside. And, well, flying the aeroplane, not going to fly in the night and dark, I'm going to show it all off. Given that we're now in the time of the year where it's really short days in Europe and North America, well, one, for doing more flights out in South America and Africa and Australia. I don't know, do more night flights? Whenever I do night flights, people just complain it's too dark. There is a payoff. You fly in the daytime, everyone complains it's not live time. You fly at night, everyone complains it's too dark. You can never win, I'm afraid, with the YouTube crowd. Yes, Virgin 340s did have the newer liveries. There you go. Go away. There you go. That livery is that. In fact, is that even the same aeroplane? No, I don't think it is. No, different aeroplane, but same livery. Yes, in reality, Virgin retired these A340 back in... was it March last year? It was quite late. Let me just double check. Yeah, March 2020. Similar time, British Airways tried 747s actually. This is IVAO, Jonas. Not VATSIM, this is IVAO. Yeah, March last year they got retired because of COVID, no passengers, no demand. Bigger aircraft just dropped off the market. Same 747, same with a lot of A380s. I know Lufthansa plan to bring back some of those. Lufthansa trying to bring back some of these A340s again 2022 next year, from the summer. But ultimately, that's demand. However busy they get, however much they fly. Time will tell. The future aircraft. Time will certainly tell. A quick look in the cabin. Got 94% satisfaction. Passengers, for the most part, looking pretty good. Cabin crew also doing their job as well. No problems there. Yeah, it's all looking good in the old pencil so far. Here comes the snack service. That'll increase satisfaction a bit. Why do you have the other thing turned on? It's not turned on right now. Oh, it is. Whoops. I think it's just default switched on. There's a few things by default that switched on, I've noted, with the iPad as well. So batteries and external power is turned on by default. I must admit, I never really realised. They were just on, I do apologise. Yes, the A330 has a similar layout. The A330 and A340 are very similar aircraft. I mean, they're designed side by side one another. The A340 only exists because some aviation regulators around the world didn't trust twin-jet slime long hauls. So, for countries and locations that didn't, that's ETOPS. So for countries that required certain limitations to ETOPS on twin-jet aircrafts, with 4 engines, it's less of if one thing goes wrong, there's less of a drawback to it. I can't remember the full name for it. But essentially, it's going to annoy me now. It's not limitations. It's not failures, it begins with a D. I'm sorry, it's what, 1:30. It's coming up to 11 PM. Not drawbacks. Not maybe constraints. Not diversion. Redundancy. It is redundancy, yes. With redundancy, that's the word. Not begin with D, sorry, R. Yeah, so if with 4 engine aircraft, if one of these was to fail, there's less redundancy, or there's more redundancy in that you still got 3 engines that function, therefore you get yourself a safer opportunity to land at another airport. With twin-jet, you lose 1 engine, you've only got 1 left. And so, until the 1980s, 1990s, a lot of aviation organisations required A330s to either fly close to land, or for airlines alternatively, fly an aircraft with 4 jets. So, yeah, it's a reliability factor, and ultimately it meant that airlines could either choose to do twin jet or 4-engine jet depending on their routes and their requirements. Then with the A340 and its later developments, Airbus realised we could, because it's got 4 engines, therefore more power behind it, we could make it a bit longer and actually create a benefit with the A340 over the A330, and that's through range and capacity. So the A330 is kind of the standard twin-jet aircraft, big body, wide body that flies people all across the world. with an A340, you could finally find something that's a bit bigger and get you a bit further along at the same time. So, for the first 20 years of life, the 340 and 330 were basically the same aircraft with different engine configurations. Then the A340 got longer, and now the A330 has a Neo. It's a response to the 777, the A330 A340 project. The whole project's a response to the 777 for long-haul wide-body jet aircrafts. But ultimately, it comes down to why the A330 has 2 engines and why the 40 has 4 engines. They released within a month of one another. Projects that have the same time, same body, same cockpit. Just this one has 4 engines. The 330 has 2 engines. That's the only difference between the aircraft, the engines. And the 600, this one, it's got a really, really long body, just to allow more passengers to fly it, because they've got the extra redundancy of the 4 engines. VOR switches our feed decide to measure the distance between your location and a VOR beacon. I'm not sure yet, Strimbok. I might stay up for this one. Don't know yet. The flight's not late enough for me to require to go for too long. I'll take a short break later on, but it's not horrible in terms of length. Actually, a bit quicker than I thought it would be. It's coming up to 11 PM now. We land at 20 past 3 in the morning, so about 4 hours till arrival-ish. About 4 hours 40 to arrival, 4:40. Yep, strobe lights have been pretty good then up. It's a good looking aircraft this. Can't fault it. ToLiss has done a fantastic job with it. Evening, Master, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Chats. I'm not sure about the first aircraft fly twin jet across the Atlantic banger, I must admit. I'm not sure who the first was, that I can't tell you. Ship flight from Caracas in Venezuela to Volanta. That's it in real life, but it's really amazing. Potentially worth doing, Rodrigo, actually. I might look at that approach later. There's that flight to me soon in India as well, in the Himalayas. Very fun approach. There's a couple of flights I want to do, I think, in a couple of weeks. A bit more kind of out of the normal routes you normally do. More far-fetched destinations. Strobes are on then, yes. All lights are on. Strobes automatic, on, automatic, off. Beacon lights, on, off, on, off. I like the new draggy clicky method of switches, pretty good. I might stay up for this flight, Martin. I might take a break shortly, just to rest myself a bit, but as it stands, yes, I do plan to stick around for the majority of this flight. I'm giving it in. We're landing at 3 in the morning, so if I go to sleep, what I'm going to do is wake up really grumpy and just carry on, I guess. But it's not super duper late, so I'm hoping I've got enough energy in me by landing to bring it in quite soft. Don't want to slam into the runway. I've done a few practice landings to the A340. It's not the easiest to get on the ground, but we'll give it a go. I was thinking of flying CRJ at some point actually. I've not done that in a little while. I'm looking at Volanta, my previous routes in America. So you got Denver and a couple of trips out of. Washington into I've done one flight into. Then Reagan to New York. What flight was that? It was last year. LaGuardia to... this I think came in from the... No, not this one. No stats, okay, fair enough. I'm sure this one I didn't actually deliver it, actually came from the south, didn't I? Yeah, Homer's approach. It was a little bit low, I guess, but covered it. At some point, we need to do the river approach into Ronald Reagan. That would be a fantastic stream to kind of do one day. Find an event or something of ATC, and then do that trip. One day. So that's new one day. What's the name of this aircraft? This one is Vagar Girl. Vagar Girl, this one. What program using track flights, Kyle? I'm using Volanta for my flight tracking. I use Volanta. Free to download, free to use, worth a look. Feeling the A350 from Amsterdam to Beijing for you to go China South Air, very nice. Ooh, what aircraft? Which aircraft would you have flown that? China South Air, that's an odd that one. Not bad. I don't use Advanced Premium, no. I've seen that quite recently coming out. I mean, Advanced Premium, what does it include? So, 7 Australian dollars a month, or yearly 76 Australian dollars a month. Australian dollars, so it's not a terrible currency to use. So, flight parties, draw a shared map for your friends. Probably do that for group flights. Cloud also saves, shares a flight every few minutes. Nice load in if your sim crashes. It's quite handy that, but then yeah, my sim doesn't crash that often anymore. I'm beyond crashing now, sim seems quite stable for me. 4K screenshots on the upload, that was pretty good, I guess. Aircraft assistance, record the aircraft state as continually left off, again, pretty good for your, what do you call it? What's the word? Pretty good for your multi-legged flights, that's the word. Remote pairing, unpause, sorry, yeah, remote pause, unpause, so if you want to pause your flight, you can do that. Time syncs, it's real time. I mean, autosave, screenshots, and persistence, probably if you already use all that much. pause on pause, I don't really leave my computer too much when I do these flights. Time sync, most flights do it by default anyway. Flight parties, be good for group flights, but that's it really for me. I don't know, maybe one day, And there's my profile. Every pink dot you see is an airport I've been to in flight sim. I've done a lot in Europe. Europe is very well covered. I've not done much in Africa, I must admit. Constantly to explore more of. India, yeah, people keep saying I've not done any flights to India. If you look at India, it's probably my most flown region in flight sim outside of Europe. A couple in Japan and East Asia, a couple in Australia, a couple in New Zealand, a few dots in America as well. But first in Europe is my hotspot, as you can tell. That is a screenshot on my flight down to Palmyra, I believe. That was with the times, I'm very sure. Yes, it is. Yep, the times are 1914. That's where the sunset screenshot comes from. Ooh, an F-15 coming the other way. Not my Labo. I didn't see Navigraph. I'll be sure to. In fact, let me grab a screenshot to. That's it. It's an Emma Bentley scenery. That's just not a screenshot anyway. Let me double check. Google G Vegas. Yeah, you're right. Varga girl. There you go. Yep, I'll inform them now that they've made a mistake on their scenery. On their scenery, on livery. Scenery? Aircraft. What am I talking about? Emma Bentley. There we go, new screenshot. Popping up on Volanta very shortly. Yeah, free version of little nav map is pretty good. I must say, little nav map's pretty good. Nav map's used more for the flight planning over the flight logging. People use it for both, but ultimately it's down to what you really want out of it. I use Volanta because one, I like the UI to it. It's a very nice, modern, sleek UI. Also, I really like the 3D mapping. So if I go to like an angle view, you can see that. So we took off from Heathrow. You can see the green line and how we're climbing. The higher we get, the darker it gets, as our altitude increases. Yeah, it's a very nice little tour, this. I do really like the tracking from it. So you can see, on the ground at Heathrow, taxi to the runway, starts to climb out from there. Have I ever flown in wide body? The answer is no. I should have done. I should have flown in 777 and 747, but the flight got cancelled due to COVID. So the answer is no. I should have, but no. Hope to catch a few New Zealand flights if you stream them. Based out of Tauranga, New Zealand, very nice. Useful airports. I've done a couple of streams out in New York when the sim first released. The useful set of islands is one of my top destinations to visit one day. Give it maybe 5-10 years, but save a bit and then yeah, spend a week out in New Zealand. Probably do a combo like spend about, yeah, I don't know. I'd maybe try and spend 2 weeks out in that region, a week in Australia, a week in New Zealand. Because of the distance and the costs to get in there, it's a trip I could probably make once or twice in my life, so if I'm going to do it, I'd have to do it at the right time. We'll see. Time will certainly tell, but we'll see. What's that? That was a new sound, I must admit. I'm looking at TCAS. There's an aircraft a couple miles behind us, actually, and approaching. About 5 miles away. Oh. Oh, it's another aircraft we've overtaken, I think. They've just tuned back into they logged out for a bit. They've just tuned back in. Also, he says Washington. Obviously, since they're disconnected, we've overtaken them. Interesting. Who is this? Oh no, this is. How are you, FP? How are you doing? Welcome channel, welcome to chat. How are you doing? Longest flight of simulator Springbok. I've done a flight from London Heathrow to Perth. So 30-minute turnaround. Then went from Perth to what was it? Near Melbourne, I think. It was the entirety of QF10, so London to Perth, Perth to Melbourne, in 2 hops, about 22.5 hours it took from start to finish. Long flight, definitely worth it. Yeah, we're not going to be intercepted by the French Air Force, I don't think, this time. Last time we did, that's certainly not this time. There was some sort of minor alarm, not sure where that came from, but nothing to worry about. Sadly, nothing that continued, so we'll carry on. My guess, something links to the ATC. Nothing to worry about. How to arrival? 4 hours and 54 minutes expected. 4:50 to go. 4:54 to go. So you expected. Let's go away. Go away. You got expected and estimated at the top there. So you got two different clocks. Estimated is based on my flight time and distance and speed. Expected is based on the flight time itself. So somewhere in between the two, average, will be the actual arrival time for this flight. Would you like to see you study level 777 for X-Plane? I'd like to. I'd like to see you study level plane for any platform. I mean, the last one we really got was the PMDG for FSX P3D. Since then, it's been a bit quiet on that front, so hopefully we'll get one in the future. Time will tell. Time will certainly tell with that. I have seen a flight Athens and seen a flight sim, looking very, very good. Probably want to pick up. I've been to Athens a couple of times. Flew there to get, well, flew there from London. I flew there from Limnos. So it's a scenery. It's an airport I've been to a couple of times, and the scenery that I'm sure I'll pick up. Hopefully, an enjoyable one. That. And the 11 Microsoft Flight Sim, there's one on the way from TFDi Design, Buttes. Yes, Buttes. TFDi Design, they're developing an MD10, I believe, rather than the 11, but same sort of thing, really. On the way, don't you worry. Same developer with PACX, this add-on. They're doing an MD11. They've released 717 in the past for P3D and FSX. With their second ever aircraft, their 7.1 actually fantastic, so hopefully another good one to release. Where would I go to for the match standing if my payments fail? Well, that's what charts are here for. So we would, at this point, we would be going towards Cork as our ETOPS limited destination. So do a U-turn and go back where we came. Yes, TFDi, TFDi is doing it. No, Iceland's a little bit out of range for us. It'd be quicker to go back to Cork. We're about 2 hours away from Cork. Iceland's about 2.5 hours at this point. Squawk 1000, Squawk 2000. It's a. I can't remember exactly which way around it is. One's a VFR squawking, and one's a no ATC IFR. I think 2000's no ATC IFR. 1000's VFR general squawk code for aviation. In my case, I am 4467, which is just general ATC squawk given me to by controller for their own requirements. Welcome Paul, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat, how are you today? How are you doing? Potentially going to see DLR extends to Abbey Woods and Thamesmead, perhaps. That'll be quite interesting. It will spread out relief with the Crossrail and Thameslink lines. Yeah, not bad for my morning here. Yeah, so far in my case, still got another 45 minutes to go till midnight. Don't forget the clock's rolled back, so we are an hour ahead of where we need to be right now. But it was nice to have extra out last night. Not work till Wednesday, so I've got a couple more days just to relax a little. Relax to myself. Yeah, continue to clear up this room a bit. No work till tomorrow, BH, no work till on Monday or Tuesday, back to work on Wednesday. Got 5 days off, which are very cushy for me. Flown to Paphos this afternoon from Doncaster Level 2, very nice, very nice. How to get the PACX file to show at the bottom? You go to the top bar, plugins, PACX, and toggle HUD. Now it's gone, and now it's here. Simple. Yes, Diego, you are just behind me right now. I was tracking you on TCAS. There you go, you're right behind me. 20 miles. Not bad, dude. Good chance we'll spot each other once that's our descent into Washington later. Condor going the other way. Condor 763 going to Frankfurt. Where, sorry? Varadero, that's yeah, that's one of the Bahamas airports. Not Bahamas, sorry. Yeah, it is Bahamas. There it is. That's not Bahamas. That's Cuba. It's a Cuban airport. Gosh, good luck to you, dude. What are you in? S22T. Just parachute equipped. God, you're a microlite, are you? S22T. Yes, Cirrus, yeah, Cirrus 22. It's an SR22, of course it is. Yeah, well, good luck to you, dude. Good luck. We're just over halfway there on our North Atlantic crossing now. Just over halfway there. We'll get to Newfoundland in... so 41:17, an hour and a half. I'm going to take a break now. I'll be back in an hour and a half. Hopefully at that point we'll be over the we'll finish the Atlantic and in our way now to the mainland. So back in a bit. I'll see you in an hour and a half, 90 minutes. Set your alarms. Scan pair aircraft that routes off CLS from FSX SlyWire systems, so no more than that. Which aircrafts are you referring to? Oh, Carlos. A340. Which aircraft are you referring to, Markin? I'm not aware of an A340 doing anything like that. A-Bad, okay, yes, so no, you're right, yeah, I forgot about A-Bad, it's been that long ago. Gosh, that was a long time ago. Yeah, A-Bad Studios, and who was the other one? There was none of the episodes in the things, but, man, that's a throwback. You made a fair bit of money out of it, I must say, you made a lot of money out of it, but it has since been shut down. Right, I'll see you guys in an hour and a half. Back in a bit. Back in a bit.